akhirnya. Internet gue jelek banget. Jadi mungkin sering loading. Mas kali. Redeem code dari Tomo guys.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
Kasih Tomo. Tapin. Banyak banget guys.
Wait. Huh?
Apa nih? Bounty. Tidak siap. Kita buka map dulu aja. Hai kak. Hai Tomo. Hai halo. Iya. Kayaknya lebih cepat, lebih baik sekarang daripada kita menunda-nunda kan. Jadi kita bisa cobain terus kita quest pakai Furina. Kecedun sekalian live. Hehe. Tapi nge-lag nih, internetnya jelek banget asli. Maaf ya, aku tidak bilang-bilang. Tidak bilang-bilang. Aduh, mabuk bener. Apaan nih? Oke. Seekor makhluk fonten yang sangat elastis yang bisa menyedot karakter. Nani TF. Mari kita coba. Ya Allah. Enggak gitu. Capek banget. Diapain sih dikasih air? Diapain dia? Oh, buat ngambil anuan. Aduh, mabok bener dah. Banyak sekali weapon, geng. Mendekat ke Lie. Ini baru mau gacha. Belum gacha. Aduh, pergi. Bentar ya. Aku akan segera menggacha. Hayya. Di mana itu? Hai Kak Senon, rate on. Tapi gue mau C2 kayaknya. Mau C2. Gua ya apa lagi? Oh, digebuk mangap guys keongnya. Ya, word lah ya. Kita gacha dulu. Cuman ini banyak kepiting ngincer gue. Oh enggak. Setelah dapat hutau dapat bintang 5 standar, Kak. Betul, saya dapat hutau KW. Deh ya. Hai Kak. Hola. Gacha nih guys. 26.000 ternyata, Bung. Bukan 23. Banyak banget. Nggak usah coba lah ya, langsung gacha aja. Aku anaknya nggak suka tuker biji-bijian. C2 lah, minimal lah ya. Enggak. Pengen sih. Tunggu. Gue berapa PT sih? Lah, buat kok bisa ada signature deh ya? Jangan bilang buat itu. 20 guys. Charlotte. Bisa, kalau hoki mah bisa aja 2. Charlotte. 30. Ini 40. 40. Signature nggak mau Kak Soyo, jelek. Mending gua pakai Favonius. Kurang signature-nya, kurang. 40 ya? 50. Nggak hoki guys. Jangan 6 bedo gue lama-lama. 60. Anjir, 60. Gak punya festering gue. Wah lengkap, semua dapat aku. 70. Gini-gini susah nih C2. Capek. Tuhan. 70 guys. Boleh C3 aku. 70. 80. Deras bener, ada 17.000 aja sisanya. Wow. Double. Heya. Bukan nasibnya Furina. Langsung lah ya, kita nggak usah tunda-tunda. Tadi udah 10 ya? Udah PT 10. 20. 19. Oh gila, Charlotte cuma dapat sebiji dong. $29. Come on. Nggak hoki banget. Doh. Mana C2 aku? Anjir, sisa 14.000. 39. Capek bener. Early kayak kali-kali. Dapet deh ya early lu. Dan nyari gitu. Udah C6 dong.
Critical battery, please charge.
Ya ampun. Bentar ya, speaker gua mati. Oh. Nyala nggak tuh? Ini berarti 39, 49. Tuhan tolong aku. Mana Charlotte? Mana? Cuma satu. Gue udah gak hitung lagi. 49 ini. Lupa lagi guys. Weh, witsit. Bapak dapat witsit. Tiba-tiba sisa 10.000. Bau banget. Wah ini rate off sih nangis. Rate off nangis guys. Jangan kalah dong. Berapa nggak tahu aku. Nggak tahu saya. 1. Sumpah ini 2 bulan ya. 2 bulan. Takut. Au. Anjir. Dasar PA. Capek banget. Woi. Goblok. 2. Nggak cukup guys. Anjir, jodoh banget gua sama api-apian. Mana Furina? 12. Dua. Lemes guys. 32. 32 please Furina. 42. Anjir Furina. Serius lah. Dua. Ih makasih kak pro gamers. Makin pro deh. 52. 2 guys. Enam dua. Wah bau banget sih gue gacha hari ini. Pilihan buruk. Pilihan buruk. Berapa ini? Boleh nanti aku subscribe. Kayaknya 1 berhenti dulu deh. Gak cukup guys. Kita punya banyak stok. Tuker dong. Cuma anaknya suka nunda-nunda aja. Furina nyebelin. Masih ada kredit card. Kamu merepotkan ya Furina. Habis anjir 27.000 primogem yang gua kumpulin 2,5 bulan. Rame lu. Siapa tahu ya. Mau siapa tahu, nggak ada yang tahu emang. Gue juga nggak tahu. Boleh kak pro gamers. Habis ini aku subscribe. Ayah. Furina. Karakter tuh apa ya? Lupa gue. Cek guys. Kena mental. Apa lagi nih? Capek banget. Oh ini, gue emang pengen sih C2 di look, tapi nggak sekarang gitu. Tidak tepat sekali di look ini. Kita cobain Furina C0 dulu guys. Mana nih Kole? Anjir, berapa nih Kole? Gila Kole gue C6. C6 tiba-tiba Kole ini ya. Charlotte mah nggak usah lah ya, langsung aja aktifin ya. C6 nih Charlotte gue. Constellationnya lucu. Udah gue duga sih ada topi-topi gitu. Artifak guys, kita jangan gitu dong. 27.000 enggak, bahkan 35.000 primogem nih. Tolong jangan bilang dia jelek. Tolong jangan bilang Furina jelek, please. Please. Cici C6 bagus, mendingan bara-bara C6 dah. Apa? Ulti? Ampun, bukan naik. Apa maksud gue cuma gue naikin sekali. Yoi, kita channel dulu. Belum aku aktifkan. Nggak bisa ascend. Dimana nih? Erinias Forest. Furina level 20. Senjata apa guys? Jadi sense gue HP ya? Kasih IPA dulu dah. Map baru bagian atas. Ini. Aduh. Ganti karakter dulu. Aku nggak punya festering. Dia punya. Tim apa lagi nih? Furina.
Witness my magnificence!
Aku mau bikin.
There are still so many places for us to explore.
What is the situation?
Slot terakhir siapa guys? Yang layak. Ada nilai kesehatan sampai 1 kan? Nggak wajar kan nggak? Dapat HP 1000 di artefak.
What shall we do?
Maaf Fenty, mau saya singkirkan. Nah Hida teh kalau nggak di Umeru kagak bisa ngambil mana ya? Oh. Jalan-jalan mereka. 1000 healnya. Double Hydra ya? Oh ini heal 1000. Iya sih energi recharge-nya nggak ketolong-tolong. Ya udah kita ganti. Kok gitu ini aja, gue pengen coba ini sih.
Witness my magnificence!
Aduh bawel banget, kayak visual.
How brilliant!
Kenapa dia pakai vision sih? Bosnya di mana? Di bawah ya? Kayaknya. Ya sih nggak bos nggak bisa naikin talent dah cacat dah. Tapi bos bukan. Tapi bos bukannya itu. Bos level ya maksudnya kiri pojok. Oh ini. Buat tanah. Bawa air. Ah, sininya. Bukan lagi. Sini. Ataknya lu gacha juga. Ya 6. Biar jadi DPS. Rina berenangnya nggak jadi lebih cepet ya kayak Unfilet ya. Udah level berapa lu punya kata kek? Mana level bawah ya? Oh. Gue punya bulan ya? Tidak punya. Gas yuk apply. Tolong bantu aku. Asli fotonya langsung ganti. Di anuan kagak bisa ganti mode ya? Di air. Di join kan ya kak? Tapi somehow gue loadingnya lebih cepet dari sebelum update. Loading yang elemen itu. Asio gue jelek banget. Aku nangis. Udah kuncirannya kebagi dua. Nanti habis live aku subs kak. Datang. Walah, susah bener lewat kolong. Wih. Oh, ada teleport. Apa ini ya? Spesialnya apa dia? Duh, pakai air lagi. Wow. Tunggu.
I present.
Ih. Oh, healnya satu map guys. Gede kali areanya. Terima kasih Kak Take. Wow, dapat 3. Ini mau damage bonus. Meh. Apakah sudah bisa naik? Yes or not? Oh iya, kan like Lily ya butuhnya. Oke, thank you Kak Take. Aku akan mencari like Lily sekarang. Pertanyaannya di mana? Oke, thank you Kak Take. Dadah. Dadah. Biasaan kamera di kiri. Benar, interaktif map. Aku suka lupa ada eksistensi interaktif map. Duh, gak tau dah, ntar aja dah. Dia dari tadi nyedot. Jalan mantau dulu pasti. Dia apa nih? Oh, nih. Oh, gue mau. Enak bener normal attack. Panas ya guys. Gimana? Panah dong, capek banget. Aku belum punya Nahida, tapi udah punya Yelan. Mau buat al hitam di PS, apakah perlu gacha Paiju atau Furina?
Being too popular can be such a
Tergantung
hassle.
mau main apa sih, Kak.
Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Kalau misalnya al hitam tuh dendronya udah tumpah-tumpah. Dan kalau aku sih sarannya tunggu Nahida ya. Karena al hitam campur Nahida itu kayak tim paling broken di Genshin. Tapi kalau emang
Tea parties are a must
mau
for
Gacha
the
Furina,
well-mannered.
mungkin lihat dulu
If you'd like to
review
learn the
YouTuber
proper
lain.
etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Atau nanti gue juga mungkin bakal cobain al hitam bareng Furina. Cuma personally al hitam Hyper Bloom itu biasa aja menurut gue. Gue lebih suka main al hitam spread. Jadi mendingan mendingan Nahida, bener kayak Take.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Yu siapa Yu? Kalau mau join bilang ya. Kalau Furina tahan dulu sih, soalnya Furina nggak gitu universal sih menurut gua. Kalau jodohnya bukan karakter Fontaine, itu kayaknya nggak sebagus itu. Kalau misalnya mau bareng karakter non Fontaine, paling nggak C1 biar gampang, biar enak mainnya. Arkon Hydro udah ada ya, lanjut 6. Memang tidak lain dan tidak bukan. Jago sekali aku memanah, guys. Terus apa efeknya? Oh, sono. Sama-sama Kak lain. Bingung gimana nyebutnya. Apa lagi sih? Tapi Yelan C. Oh iya. Kok susah, guys? Please lah, ini kenapa susah bener. Anjay, jago banget gue. Boleh sejago itu. Mana lagi sih? Turun nih. Gak paham gue. Ini turun. Ya ampun. Ini jatuh Yelannya. Mbak Furina, lihat apanya? Karakter. Bener nggak gue? Iya, Yelannya nggak pakai aqua. Aquanya gue kasih visual. Gak penting Yelan ternyata aqua itu. Nggak, gue mainnya bareng Hutau sih, jadi biar Hutaunya sakti mandraguna sakit sekali. Oke.
A
Sumpah,
chest
tapi
full of
Nuvilet
valuables and a trove of potential clues.
kok hilang platformnya, guys? Iya iki. Oh, tipu-tipu ya. Kayaknya gue harus Google Light Lily deh. Light Lily. Air mancurnya udah bisa dinaikin levelnya. Belum ada materialnya. Apakah aku ada di tempat yang benar? Ternyata salah, adanya di sono. Di sini. Tapi novelnya tuh terlalu imba sih. Curang. Kayak apa tujuan Hoyoverse bikin karakter kayak novelet gitu. Ya belum deh. Soalnya baru dua. Belakangan lagi agak jarang online, jadi tidak nambah sigilku. Luar. Tapi maksudnya lebih imba dari Arkon. Tapi emang ya Dragon Sovereign emang imba sih. Demi mematahkan Arkon wajib gacha karena imba. Bener. Tapi Arkon yang paling imba menurut gue cuma Nahidong. Karakter gue mau ngapain isinya air semua gini. Oh I see like lily.
If we bury it, maybe it will
Raiden
spring back to
imba,
life.
cuma menurut gue imbaan Nahida sih. Preferensi. Aku suka Raiden. Udah masa dimana gue cuma main pakai Raiden gitu. Tapi begitu ada Nahida, semuanya berubah guys. Triple kanon pertama gue tuh Nahida guys. Sulit dipahami bukan? Si banyak tuh sigil yang dari area lalu kemarin sih 171. Buset. Emang aku banyak kekurangan. Kekurangan sigil. Sampai 50 ya. Apa kita pelan-pelan kita kumpulin. Air semoga di musuhnya Furina mau ngapain coba? Mati, jangan. Mati, tolong.
Gather.
Higher, higher, hands on fire. Phew. Huh?
Bos baru agak ngeselin. Bos Quickly atau bos yang tadi?
Bury it,
Bos
maybe it
Furina.
will spring back to life.
Banyak banget like lily sama gampangnya sama ngumpulin materialnya Raiden. Iya map gue masih jauh. Jauh sekali. Ya 90% ya. Ya jauh lah intinya. Kalian udah pada Arkon Quest? Kalau belum, gua Arkon Questnya off screen aja deh. Biar nggak spoiler, ntar nggak seru.
Solidify.
Sumpah nih, isinya minion doang. Ya udah aku off screen aja deh biar tidak spoiler ya, karena kayaknya seru guys ceritanya. Aku sudah menduga-duga sih ceritanya, cuma tahu lah ya. Ini udah full circle ya. Berapa biji? Sudah berapa banyak? Panas banget dunia.
I'm really not accustomed.
Lah jangan kok mau di spoiler, kenapa?
One client, two clients, three clients.
Lucu deh Furina ini yang... Ya wes, Cuma 1 ek deh. Kok cuma 1 ek ya? Kalau spoiler, gue nggak apa-apa. Punch. Ambil makan guys berarti ntar. Aduh, gas aja dah. Apakah aku harus coba deh pakai hyperbloom? Panas. Aku masih inian. Gue ambil nyemil ya guys. Kalau enggak gue sakit mah. Panas ya. Kita naikin ke 60, habis itu kita ngapain? Sorry. Kamu hyper belum ya? Kalau butuh material-material Furina nanti ambil aja di buatku, nggak apa-apa. Makasih Kak Tomo. Nanti aku apply. Nggak pakai lama. Nah, kita nggak mau usaha, kita pakai alta hitam.
This way, Kalo. The Temple of Wisdom. This way. I'll settle this.
Woi sakit tuh. Ujuk bagian berapa kali ya? Nggak seru guys. Oke juga dapat 3-3. Showcase Furina jadi Petrus. Maksud gimana tuh? Showcase Furina. Furina level 60 mau ngapain di showcase? Bisa apa Furina level 60? Oh. Ini kali ya.
Witness mine.
Kita lihat dia bisa berkontribusi seperti apa. Ya ampun, baru bisa naik 1. Oke, karena aku channel butuh light lily gak? Butuh gak? Tapi ntar aja gak apa-apa. Kita Yesus kali jalan di atas air, Petrus tenggelam tengah-tengah jalan. Tah ngikik lu. Gue kira nawarin. Butuh kak. Selama belum 90, tidak boleh ada yang mengambil saya punya. Tapi ini gue habis ya. Ya ampun, kurang 10 guys. Kita cari light lily dikit, lalu kita story. Oh, di atasan dikit ada. Di atasan dikit. PHP Abi ini ya. Kalian gemes nggak banyak tanda serunya gitu? Ini apa sih tanda seru apa sih ini? Oh. Ya, dia dapat donat kan? Oh, Nahida, kamu senjatanya bisa di-upgrade. Susah banget dapat witsit ya. Satu lagi witsit. Nyangkut. Sana ada nggak? Nggak ada. Bagusan Furina baju putih apa baju hitam? Ini hitam kan? Susah bener nih ngodingnya pasti. Ganti baju. Ini Furina gue untung ascensionnya crit rate ya. Beri kali. Tidak berguna. Oke, like lily. Apaan nih? Musuh ya? Gue harus marah-marah deh biar tekanan darah gue naik. Di sini banyak katanya. Oh, nggak ada. Bener nggak sih? Bener kok guys. Nggak ada like lain-lainnya. Kenapa tidak ada? Belum tumbuh kah? Magic gitu ya, rambutnya bisa tumbuh. Hair extension. Mana sih? Iya, apaan nih? Apa itu? Anginnya besar. Itu dia ada. Butuh 10 ya. Oh, aku mau jalan di atas air.
How brilliant!
Anjay. Kalau kejauhan juga hilang efeknya. Dia yang ketiup angin, gue yang berasa masuk angin. Susah banget jalannya, nggak bisa lurus. Ada berapa biji ya? Tolong, lurus aja Furina, jangan samping-samping. Tulisin sih angin dilawan. Dilarang masuk. Anjay, gampang banget hidup. Ya ini kayak wanderer di air lah ya. Bisa naik belum? Ya ampun. Sebiji. Coba ya. Hilang. Bisa teleport.
Shower me with praise!
Batas lagi di musuh lain. Lah. Bangkak. Cukup sering. Enggak sih? Aduh, gue gak mau silly padahal. Kalau level 1. Ini kenapa kamu gak mau keluar? Dulu aku mau cari leg light lily. Ini ke arah mana gue? Udah nggak di sini? Ada di atas gunung. Sini ada katanya. Habis itu ganti karakter biar golden troop aku pakai. Benar. Lupa pakai golden troop. Leg light lily bukan ternyata. Oh itu dia. Berenang dia. Oke. Iya kayak nggak sempet hilang. Nggak sempet kedip-kedip juga. Nah, kita coba di musuh lain. Yang lebih jarang, yang lebih susah mati. Kayak yao-yao deh. Tahu-tahu sendiri serem. Mentok. Udah juga HP-nya udah 26.000.
An extra slice of joy.
Maksimum 40.000. Kita naikin talentnya dulu semua berarti. Oke. 4. Skillnya ntar nih. Oke. Air bah angkara murka. Kayak judul film Indosiar. Mana itu sih? Jam 8. Jam 8. Enggak lah gila. Area lama aja belum. Kenapa ada di bawah nih? Di mana sih tuh? Kita story aja. Gak apa-apa. Gak tau mau gak apa-apa di spoiler. Gue pengen story. Cuma 1 act. Story Furina, pakai Furina. Iya ini diikutin. Gimana sih? Aduh. Tidak kuat pakai.
It's time to pull the
Goblok. Diganti-ganti tidak dipakai. Enaknya ya lantai 1 bisa skill 2 kali. Mohon maaf, saya ingin story. Jadinya kalau kita ada di bawah liftnya. Tidak. Ngakak. Sangat mudah. Di level 4 dia bisa. Makasih Kak Tomo. Ntar gue beli hydro kok. Sio konversi fanfare 0,13 kali. Dikit banget. Beda banget sama level 10 ya. Iya, sudah jamnya. Kok naik lagi? Kok ngomong sama dia? Nggak mau world quest. Hentikan semua ini.
Hyperbloom Razor main baru aja donasi 35.000. Cirekomen gak pake Furina buat gantiin Sinkyu. Tim sekarang Razor full M Dendro MC Dilo. Rencana mau tim 2 spiral nasional. Tankyo.
Saran gua enggak sih. Gua rasa application hydronya Singchu masih lebih bagus dari Furina. Dan susah naikin fanfare-nya Furina kalau pakai Razor. Jadi mendingan tetap Singchu sih. Sekarang ini ya gue belum ngetes Furina banget juga soalnya. Itu di mana? Ya ampun. Tadi tuh bisa lewat sini loh. Capek banget. Bener ya? Astaga.
Now, wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day!
Oh, bebas. Penyamaran sang pendosa. Furina kah itu?
Take it easy.
Hai kakak resepsionis.
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and do you...
It's been so long since we've been to the surface.
Robo guys.
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Jebol ya itunya. Tanggul. Be right back bentar. Aduh, salah duduk.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Mau joki spiralnya akunmu.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you
Kenapa
wish to see
dijoki
me about?
spiral?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from over the years of serving as the warden here. I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs under.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our
segalanya nggak
last
rusak.
incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. By the...
I believe.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes.
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now?
Tujuan kayaknya katanya bintang 5 masa.
Today is our last day in prison.
Betul.
But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fun. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guard.
You're not going to see us.
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure.
Menjabat Paimon.
Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like, yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervala was the one
Kenapa
last
tiba-tiba ada Kli?
we should probably go report to him now.
Mungkin
Next up,
saja.
the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette?
I'm sure just your. You're right. I've heard the palais has been.
Furina kayaknya bagus di tim Nilo ya kak. Secara bounty core juga cepat meledak. Kita sering kena damage-nya, berpengaruh sama kit Furina yang bergantung sama naik turunnya HP. Mungkin sih. In that sense iya. Tapi nggak tahu buffnya ngefek ke damage belum hyper belum nggak? Harusnya sih ngefek ya. Tapi in that sense cocok sih sama Nilu. Oh benar Kak Tomo. Panas. Paimon, partner perjalanan terbaik yang pernah ada. Ah benar.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two.
Excuse me. Would you mind?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot.
Transitionnya kurang smooth ya.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment. In the meantime, please have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Menungguin gitu dong.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Mirapede.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Oh, mimpinya ya.
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Primordial sea.
Seawater? But how?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not... Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking...
The water levels rose? Oh no!
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation...
Poisson.
Navia should be in Poisson, right?
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I...
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Oke, kita ke Poisson.
Oh no! What happened here?
Buset.
Navia
larut
should be
semua.
around here, right? We haven't seen a single soul all the way
Itu di
here.
atas atap ada orang tadi.
What will I ever do now?
Look! There's someone...
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
Oh, I'm not young anymore.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! How could this have happened?
Dia kena bencana, guys.
Just hang in there. Help it.
Take it easy.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We
Oh,
heard there was
lesu
a
Navianya.
situation in Poisson. So
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose.
Apa ada yang larut kah?
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here.
Panas banget, guys.
We've already transported him to safety,
Gak kuat.
but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Taki nih kayaknya demen-demen karakter Geo
I'll take
ya,
over
Geo.
the search and rescue mission in the meantime.
Iya.
All right, you'll be in charge.
Gue siaran deh.
I'm sorry. Where were we?
the situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but the water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now.
Di trailernya Navi jatuh kan?
Oh, awful.
Larut juga dong.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only would.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Anjay, Melu Silvernya larut kah?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And out she goes. Seems it might be...
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary... Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best, Traveler. Paimon?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Dibeli airnya Navia jadi air. Kayak nggak gitu konsep. Dikepret. Air Navia. Sounds wrong.
This isn't good. If the rain washes away the traces, it's gonna set us back a long way.
Lucu banget ultinya Furina. Gayanya kayak happy. Terus dicium dia. Diminum biar menjadi satu.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day
Kamu
and the whole
nangisnya.
situation...
Right. That's how things are now.
Navia?
Diminum habis itu. Pipisnya dibotolin.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
Mulai Sumeru nih mulai banyak nangis-nangisan nih Genshin. Jorok banget jalan. Gue masih bener di botol terus minum gak?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, they were helping and I've known them for so long. I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where
Sus
he
banget
rests.
sih, tapi kalau larut tuh ya gimana larut?
As for Malus and Silver, they're just...
Katanya air kencing kalau pas pagi itu baik buat diminum. Iya gitu, bukan. Ya boleh coba dulu. Tapi kan kalau pagi tuh kayak konsentrasinya kan tinggi kan, masa iya bagus? Jadi banyak amonianya, banyak kayak nano-nano gitu. Kan pagi paling terkonsentrasi.
It's not just me. I always want to bring something when I...
How could Master ever be upset with you? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not?
Buying yourself a plot in it?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus,
Sedih
Demoiselle.
banget.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious.
Cuma pernah dengar
That
rumor
way
kayak gitu
you'll
sih,
save us
yang
both the trip to
kalau
see each other whenever you visit your
air
father's
kencing bagus
grave.
diminum. Cuma air kencing zaman dulu kali ya, zaman sekarang udah terkontam.
That makes sense. In that case, can I
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us.
personally?
Terus kalau orangnya larut dimakaminnya apa?
Just fine.
Nggak ada sisa.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry
Iya
for
tuh.
letting you see me in a mess like
Tabib.
this. I don't usually cry.
Tabib film
Really.
silat.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well,
Gede.
she understands how you feel.
Membayangkannya saja aku malas.
But now that Malus and Silver have helped me, I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at
Kayak
this.
tancepin batu aja
It's a
satu
list of
buat.
victims from the incident that took.
Oh, Bena. Khan. So,
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. The overall outcome indicates that the cost.
right. Don't think that way, not
Banyakan mati deh di
Silver were
Fontaine.
not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing.
Oh. Really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Tiba ada Arlecchino.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson
Kok
have been
dia
evacuated,
bekerja sama
and
ya?
we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. But thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual
Kepala
aid is
maksudnya.
essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful
Katanya
organizations to
nggak tahu
act
sih.
forcefully, whether they are doing good
Kalau
or
lihat
ill.
dari teaser sama
You've witnessed
demonya
that
sih kayaknya
firsthand in
dia
any
punya
case.
rencana, cuma nggak
As I've
tahu
told this
rencananya.
traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your
Bersabar mau lihat skirt di
organization a
story
hand was
muncul
a
atau
natural
enggak.
first step in accomplishing that. As such, do
Ending
not
kali,
be troubled
cuma
by
2
this
detik.
token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day you'll all.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent
Kapal
this from happening.
kaptennya nggak punya izin guys,
Don't say that.
nggak lulus jadi
You and
nakoda.
your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they were... I've never liked hearing people put...
You're right. I'm sorry for your
Kalau
loss, Miss Navia.
cuma kakinya doang yang nyelup di primordial sih? Apakah berarti cuma kakinya yang larut?
Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent
Columbina tuh
fate.
yang
Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're
Kayak
one
boneka
who
itu
will
kan?
try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Gue pengen
By the
Arlecchino deh.
way, traveler,
Karena
Paimon, one more thing.
cuma warnanya terlalu monoton ya. Putih abu hitam gitu.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which traveler. I'm sure you remember that you and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of... Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you.
Oh, ini atas petinya
During some
Signora.
recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The
Dia
ruins
keberapa
date
ya?
back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly,
Tapi Arlecchino tuh
disaster
baik ya
struck.
guys.
And at present,
Nggak
we're all
kayak
busy
apa?
prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the
Yang
Fatui were
dikira-kira
already in
gitu.
Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
Iya, yang matanya
The
nggak
House
mata
of the
kan?
Hearth's members see each other as
Yang
family.
cewek-cewek kecil gitu.
But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh!
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's
Yeah.
only natural that I freely share it with you.
Padahal di trailer Fontaine ya 4.0 kayak Arlecchino kayak jahat banget. Ini kagak ya.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navi?
Tapi maksudnya nggak kayak Signora gitu, nggak kayak Dottore gitu.
You need to rest.
Signora kan kayak penuh dendam.
Well,
Dottore
I'm
kayak
sad, yes, but
cuma
I
mau
can't just go
research
back
doang.
and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed. Well, besides, I'm also doing this for myself.
Since you put it that way, I have no object. All right, the ruins are to the.
Okay.
Oh, kita masuk ke rumah hantu itu akhirnya nggak? Iya sih, Signora karena terlalu bitter aja. Cuma ya, jalan kaki aja guys. Cuma kalau ngelihat dia apa ngegaplok Fenty gitu. Woi, jalan. Fenty digaplok guys. Terus
Take it easy.
mati Signora cuma ditebas Raiden gitu aja.
Take it easy.
Jauh juga, gue kira deket suwe. Nafsu mau ambil nosisnya. Ada di Raiden aja enggak padahal ya.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
Tapi kalau lihat kayak gitu kayak kok Fenty cupu gitu.
Oh,
They seem to be
Ah,
pretty
domain
ancient,
kah?
all right.
let's go in and have a look.
Just speak.
Solo. Ini primordial water bukan? Ada opo iki?
Strike a pose. Time to shine.
Coba.
See?
Kagak ngekrit hotel. Bubble. Ganggu aja bubble. Copot. Tolong. Seret banget ya energinya.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help for you. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not.
No, you're right. I can't do anything.
Iya kan jeblos. Navi ntar jatuh di sini berarti.
Things?
In that case, do you...
The water levels here are unstable. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the
Manjat aja,
exit just up
manjat.
ahead.
All right. Come with us for now.
Gimana?
With the wind. Oh no, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Bisa manjat guys. Oh ini bisa nih. Bahaya banget. Ya, ini isinya buah-buahan. Ada apa ini?
There's something wrong with this bridge.
Jatuh nih Navi ya guys. Navinya duluan dong, gimana sih? Gimana sih traveler, gimana dia nggak jatuh? Ya. Bur. Kecebur. Berarti baju. Asli, rempong. Lelah.
Demoiselle.
Kok balik di poasong? Oh, orang-orang yang larut
Demoiselle, what are you
berkumpul.
doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to...
Maybe she just wants some time.
Oh.
Yes, it...
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind. This is a familiar...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested...
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
Ini yang larut
It's good to see
semua
all of
kan.
you.
How have you been?
I've been great.
Oh, bukan
Thanks to
ya.
your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for.
Ini
They
alam
were
baka,
knocking at my
guys.
door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes
Iya kan tadi ada
force is
Aubenas juga
required
korbannya.
to call.
That's right.
Oh, yes, Miss Navia. These are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have done without your...
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much.
Kan Traveler bukan
I'll
orang
certainly take them.
konten.
Malus, we do
Tahu
still
dia
have
orang
some
mana.
empty flower pots at home,
Bukan
right?
orang mana-mana.
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Cuma fonten yang larut.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs.
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam.
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met. I've heard this name before.
Iya, itu namanya mati nih, alam baka ini.
Why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, demoiselle.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been... My trial? Wait.
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time.
Oh?
Tapi dia lupa ya, orang-orang yang larut lupa. Pak, kalau mereka larut.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Berkeluar dari pemandangannya di story udah jadi air.
Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Yoi.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen.
Jadi karakter playable mati yang pertama.
So many people here. And as for the judge, huh?
Gak ada orang Nuvila
Please
yang gak
sit in the
larut.
defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
Kok dia terdakwa?
All right, but
Typically, it wouldn't.
Kenapa dia terdakwa?
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any...
enough with the whispering. Could some...
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet... As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor. The head of the Spina After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you, not only you, but your butler, your...
Wait a moment. Aren't you...
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused.
Jadi dia
You have helped so many people get
karena
through
terlalu
so
baik.
many difficulties. You are one with us. We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson,
Tapi kayaknya yang
inextricably linked.
masuk ke laut primordial water itu mungkin iya kayak ngimpi gitu kali, atau kayak kesadarannya pindah gitu.
Shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together.
Huh? Everything you have said is correct.
Oh, well, if that...
How wonderful! I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
Sus.
I seem to remember.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's...
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt.
Mungkin ya
This
mungkin
trial
jatuh di
means to
batu
keep
kali
you
ya.
here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Rom...
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied...
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she... Please do not mistake her actions as...
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall melt. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
Ribet,
We
obsesif.
and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You! Have you forgotten how much you all once lost?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Oh, ngeri gitu,
If
guys.
your justice is flawed, then
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and that is how we...
Demoiselle,
Silver, it hurts. I remember now. Everything that seemed Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier.
Iya, kayak
Even Malus and Silver.
halu.
I don't want to admit it, but
Iya, semuanya yang
they're
larut
all
tapi.
dead.
don't be afraid. And don't admit...
Absurd! Who are you to say that? Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly
Jadinya yang
hope to
kecebur
stand
ke
against the
laut
collective?
primordial gitu,
Do not
lebih ke
resist.
mereka
This
terjebak,
judgment
nggak bisa
is
keluar.
fair and just.
Jadi mereka nggak larut.
Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
Tiba-tiba berubah jadi
No more
oceanic.
excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an
Apa sih aneh banget,
independent
guys?
individual?
With these people.
Aneh banget.
She belongs to
Tolong.
us.
Miss Navia. Silence.
Lah,
That's...
how come? How come?
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court will adjourn for the rest of the
Iya,
day.
tapi anggota Navia
In
nggak
this, I
berubah.
shall hear no
Soalnya
objections
anggotanya
from any
belain.
unauthorized party.
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navi.
But
Go on now, demoiselle.
Oh,
It's your only chance to leave this place.
tadi kan Neuvillette bilang mau nyusul.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this
Neuvillette-nya udah
shall be
ngebantuin.
our last goodbye.
Kok kasihan Melus.
Malus, Silver.
Alah, tuh berubah juga tuh.
Quickly, you must come now.
Apa oceanit juga.
Farewell.
Iya, mati suri. Selamatin Neuvillette nih gue rasa.
Wait, just a
Oh ya,
second.
pingsan dia, bentuk batu.
Navia?
You're awake.
Nah. Mau Neuvillette ini penyelamat
I must
bangsa
have
ya.
been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were.
It looks like you're all...
Did all this happen?
Jadi kalau nyebur nggak langsung
Have
larut.
a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, you were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for... Were it not for their intervention, I...
Wait, did you say Ocean?
Fashay.
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw
Paling
in your
menyeramkan.
dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Iya, ditolong Oceanid 2
To
biji.
think that they'd
Ternyata.
keep doing so even after.
Please come.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Storynya panjang bener kali ya.
Oh, I am quite all right.
Why do you look so stiff all of us? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type.
I merely thought that we should give
Otoy,
Nadia some
Paimon.
time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say...
Ah, Sijui?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine now.
I see. Well, that is good.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Seedream made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that...
Thank you. I have indeed been busy
Sumpah,
lately.
Paimon.
I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meripede.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Paimon kan yang bawel, coba kasih ide.
Oh, Neuvillette. You're probably
Tapi Neuvillette nggak larut nyelamatin Navia.
Yes.
Oh, gimana?
This isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave. We had a chat. She informed me...
Yeah, we originally put...
Navia orang pertama yang masuk ke air tapi nggak larut.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Mr.
Iya kali ya.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Alright! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Kayak yang ngevaporize. Kadang Furinanya ya. Gue baru mau tahu. Sulit.
Another unstable path.
Alah.
Watch your step!
Bener, bisa dikendaliin. Lu tahu nyangkut. Bener-bener cuma buat karakter Fontaine masa? Enggak banget. Agak ngevaporize. Tidak cocok ya bareng hutau. Peti. Iya kayaknya paling bener pak bareng Ayaka sih.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Let my name echo in song! See?
Hutau gua ada yang aneh. Bareng Nuvilet sih gak usah ditanya. Bareng Nuvilet fanfare-nya auto 300. Dia 3 kali charge attack aja udah dapat 240. Gak jelas. Ini di mana sih guys? Kayak Narcissism Cruise.
Looks like we've reached the end.
Ya, kalau Yelannya C6 sih emang sayang.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
Bentar.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Gambar apa tuh?
Perhaps we
Ini
should
udah
just
ya bener
leave
nggak ada
them
yang
be for
ngalahin sih.
now.
Gara-gara Rainsword-nya itu loh.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written
Coba kita
below.
lihat dulu
What
itunya apa
kind
sih?
Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
Makan guys.
It feels like someone left these plates and these words here for a purpose.
Tapi sebagai Hydro Archon dia nggak sebasah Xingqiu, agak bete.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here.
Nyembah siapa?
Dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's
Celestia lah.
What is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
Dikorbankan kah?
Is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Yang ketiganya kayak yang ada di trailer.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Nuvilet aja nggak tahu apa-apa ya. Cok di lu Nuvilet. Ngapain dia?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to...
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means
Bisa
the
jadi
prophecy's
sih.
sure to come true.
Kayaknya dari tumbal.
I really...
Still, Paimon...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Asli kayak punya dendam pribadi.
I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this...
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing
Nah,
else to
Fendi
be gained
juga nggak
here,
kerja.
so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Temen Ahida sih paling waras.
Let's split up here. I'm going to
Kita
check
lihat
on
dulu,
what's
siapa
happening
tahu
with the
Furina
speeder.
ada rencana.
You know how it is. There's
Nggak.
some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Nganu-nganu doang.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Emang udah mau rebah.
Just head back to the Fluvsandre and have a rest then.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands.
Dia cuma turun buat nyelamatin Xiao dari Chasm.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to...
I will be carefully considering.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. Alright. I'll be on my way then.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi... Ooh, desserts! Paimon's already starting to forget...
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
Oh, ada Mona.
It's you two.
Bagaimana bisa?
What are you doing in Fontaine? Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll
Bukan tuh
when I
katanya.
bumped into you. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt or... Well, I used to have my own surname, which was... well, some other thing. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however... Nope. Although it is used by us in place of
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you...
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
That's a long one.
Who that?
Does it also...
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a...
Thrice as great? That's so...
I know, right? That's just how she is.
Talk about excess...
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water,
Mona emang magic banget ya, dia tahu sesuatu gitu.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be...
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more...
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat.
Contohnya orang Fontaine.
Ascertaining
Jadi
this
Mona
is
orang
akin to
Fontaine
reading
apa
the fortune of the
Mondstadt?
whole world.
Bingung.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would know. But on the flip side, the prophecy...
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person...
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexen Circle colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Gurunya Mona tuh Hexen Circle juga.
All right.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing.
Oh, well, this is...
That's the greatest of astrologists for you, of all the people we know.
Indeed, indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help.
Aduh, akhirnya besok juga.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind
Voice actornya Paimon digaji berapa ya? Ngomong banyak
Time
banget.
to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up.
Punya penyakit. Penyakit apa?
You're here, finally.
Kenapa?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten
berantem
into a
nggak?
dispute.
Suruh ngomong segitu banyak gimana nggak
Like I
bengek ya?
said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Furina nggak sepapan itu?
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some
Marahkan,
ancient
Willet.
ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case
Sumpah Yaran
now.
punya dendam
I
apa
don't
dengan
know
Furina?
anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates
Kan Furina
depicts
tuh
the
kayak
previous Hydro
tahu
Archon
sesuatu,
Egeria kneeling before a
diam-diam.
floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Ngakulah Furina.
So you've been watching me all this time,
have you? I didn't think you
Udah
were
mulai gila
that
deh.
type.
You.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my
Lagunya.
lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Bobot. Mau nangis kah?
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis. Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the
pantesan.
Hydro Archon
Di bang no
experience
relate.
justice.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. But who will lend us their...
Siapa? Lama banget loadingnya.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world.
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a...
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone.
Karakter ada.
Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become...
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the... As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on the spot.
Huh? Didn't you...
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good...
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case... Do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for
I've also gone diving to...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the... Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work.
Agak panjang ya.
Comprises of the following components: bait.
Ini buat ngejebak Furina
if
kan?
we were to build a trap together, right now,
Bak anjingnya kayak mau
you
meletek
choose to
gitu.
build it with?
Keluaran.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned
Strongest
that you
material
even
in
performed some
Tepat.
magic for the ballroom
Anjingnya
children.
keluaran.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels,
Kamu mau
mice,
jebak
and
Furina
such.
doang kan?
I remember that you...
I did. And that would be a good...
What about you, Monsieur Neville?
That makes sense. You usually... But I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now... If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait.
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Biar dipaksa ngomong kan mau dijebak.
Seeing ourselves as hunters?
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, but we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god. A being who...
Oh, so that's what's...
Bawahannya aja bokat. Di Honkai Star Rail tuh nggak bisa lompat deh. Gue baru tahu loh. Ini mau kemana-mana jalan kaki.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for... Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone... well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon's never seen that.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Gurunya Mona kah?
Who's that?
Ah, have you...
Wait. You are familiar. You're the
The voice from... You're feeling lost now. Just... Consider me a passerby.
Yang mana ya?
Just
Kok gue nggak ingat
accepting
ya?
a commission
Di
from my
Sumeru.
friend's disciple.
Oh, Alice. Tahu apa ya?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What?
Nggak ingat ya di Sumeru.
Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Ya, kayaknya ingat.
So you've caught just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the other things that you shall see
What is she talking about? It all sounds...
Masih penuh itu tehnya.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant. Ultimately, Fate shall serve as your
Nggak apa-apa,
only
kata Bung, santai
guide,
aja.
no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All
Kayak bukan
you need
Nigeria
to
deh.
do
Soalnya
is
judulnya
to
penyihir
play
N.
your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting...
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively bands. Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that steam. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and wait.
Did she have pink?
Why, yes. It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil. I'm in full support of her view.
Charlotte.
Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear...
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag had, but I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer
Orang-orang
than
sana banyak yang umurnya immortal gitu ya.
The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler,
Oh, we're fine.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has... But even so, perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. I did originally think of steering clear of...
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if I suppose that...
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Paimon... Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few
Jadi
spots
kapan
we
kita
would like to walk by.
ngejebak Furina ya?
Huh? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, had my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legend. So while the fortress's interior, journalist Charlotte she hasn't been able to get a hold of anything. Ugh, seriously?
Take it easy.
We're here!
Mahal juga makanan di hotel. Cutscene. Oh enggak.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day! It was so delicious the last time we tried...
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too?
Wait,
That's right.
do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my day.
Then what if someone...
But why would it...
Well...
Oh, the prophecy. No. It's the same for eating in general. You...
Bukan Furina yang suka kuenya.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have two? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that...
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me. She said that human... I've got something else to do, so I'll...
Kenapa si Chuin? Mukanya kayak orang, guys.
Alright,
Dia Melusin. Ini kan Melusin yang menciptakan Elinas. Bingung banget.
It sure would be nice if we could come... Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious...
Apa intinya kita cuma makan beli kue ketemu Melusin ya?
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You've got some nerve!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so it's all right, though. I've set aside...
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not...
Still, what...
When Mona...
I see. It seems... So, she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real dick. Huh? So your article...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
Yeah, are we...
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it.
Oh, in that case...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! So much to get done.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example...
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? If you're serious, from what I've seen, most people don't know. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still success, and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the very... I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a work... But anyway, that's my answer.
Asli, gue juga dari tadi
Anyway, let's go and take a look at this.
mempercepat. Kok nggak nongol-nongol, lama banget. Ini harusnya bagi 2 part deh, kepanjangan 1 part doang. Kayak kita udah melalui berbagai macam hal, tapi ini nggak kelar-kelar gitu.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of... No, Paimon should ask... We've always been moving to the next step. You mean... Still track? Huh.
Kayak ngabisin 1 hari tapi nggak ada gunanya. Ini rencana ke Furinanya kapan dilaksanakan?
So the 2 of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervilax... Not at all. Yes.
Alright.
Well, that said, Lady Furina was watching a performance at the opera, loudly accusing her of doing nothing. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Belum dapat titik terang.
Put the blame on Furina.
Jangan
Guess they
expect.
finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due.
I agree.
So what happened after that?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, and that further argument was... The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full.
So, you mean...
That's right. That said, I don't think there's much good.
Don't worry.
Is that...
Oh.
Well, sounds like we should hurry
Tuh
over to
rencananya ya.
If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look and as we all... When Nervala was talking, it would be hard for her to... Paimon thinks Furina's... Huh. Well, what do you think? In that case, there's not a moment...
Naik level guys, adventure rank. Lamaan Archon Quest sampai naik level.
This place looks... Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Nyebur kan Furina. Satu level lagi, iya, dapat titel sepuh. Berapa bulan? 3 bulan kali satu level doang. Buset dah. Iya, hadiahnya juga tidak menarik ya. Jadi nggak ada semangat yang bikin level adventure rank.
This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry.
Nangis mulu orang-orang di fountain ini.
Sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry.
Kok air matanya ngembeng doang ya, nggak turun?
What can I even do other than to repeat meaningless about... Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just...
Capek banget, bipolar.
Blonde traveler from another land. Why,
Furina.
What do you mean, tear stain? Who did that? They even dare to tout their archon. I must. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the marsh to see Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Hahaha. Capek banget dengernya. Aduh.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Oh, mau diadilin ya, dikejar-kejar.
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just... that's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Furina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her!
Dendam banget dah lu. Jadi kita tuh pura-pura bantuin Furina gitu ya. Lari, lari, lari.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here.
What? What is the...
Hurry, they're almost...
Fine. I suppose haste...
Tapi dari semua Archon Quest, interaksi kita yang paling dikit sama Archonnya tuh kayaknya Fountain deh. Kok di Inazuma banyak banget. Dibunuh-bunuh gitu kan. Meru banyak banget. Iya juga banyak banget ya, jadi tour guide. Di sini baru di sini doang ngobrol sama Furina.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer you're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
Sumpah anak SMP.
What's happening?
Yeah.
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. No.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the Kobet. All my efforts proved to be futile in the end. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principle...
Oh, belum menyerahkan.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to indeed. I've thought about giving up, so fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart
Iya
and
ya Lan,
obeys
dia
no
berusaha
rules.
nggak ngongkang-ngongkang
The prophecy has
kaki.
only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now,
Dia tidak seburuk
it
yang
all
dikira.
became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry.
Dia masih ingin berjuang loh.
I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of
Sumpah,
what
dia
I
kayak
just said
mau mentekuk
seriously.
jidat
How could
berkali-kali
I
kan.
possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Kayak
I
be
could've
normal
sworn
for
you were
once.
actually being honest just now.
Aku tidak tahu. Oke.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my
Pura-pura
duty
kuat sih ya,
alone.
cuma caranya salah. Dia terlalu, mungkin dia berasa di Arkon kali ya. Iya bener. Kayak ini tugas gue.
A witness. Yes, and if Tevat is in its entirety.
Waktunya hampir habis. Mau ditangkap ya? Cutscene. Yay. Capek, tangkap duluan lu. Lama. Kok bisa tiba-tiba di sini? Bingung banget. Oh, Lini. My goodness. My goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Iya, nggak badut. Harusnya ya. Kayaknya nggak ada Arkon badut. Mungkin sebadut-badutnya Venti pun dia nggak badut gitu.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a
Anjay.
duel.
Oh, dia kan nggak bisa apa-apa. Bisa apa dia lawan keluaran?
You would draw your blade against a god?
Keluarannya pakai iron sting.
It seems like you have made up your mind.
Angkat tangan.
Paimon can't believe it. She...
Angkat tangan dia.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. I will admit that I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my
Ada tanggung jawabnya juga.
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the
Bener juga,
Hydro
jadi
Archon
air
to show
semua
you
ya?
her courage and
Kalau
resolve.
misalnya gitu. So, kalau Jongli mati,
We'll use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice.
nggak juga deh ya Lan. Kan Arkonnya emang udah pada mati sebelumnya, kayak si Makoto, Egeria, nggak pada jadi petir sama air. Mungkin, jadi kayaknya mungkin beda kali.
Is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Cacat banget penonton.
Now we're making...
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic...
All right, then.
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Oh, kita yang menuntut, guys.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak.
Kayak udah mau kelar, guys.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
Jujur banget, Paimon.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia,
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something... So, we arranged...
So, you mean... the ones who...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than...
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the
Versi
Opera Epic
paripurna.
class, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and was an art. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance. Of course, this
You're
performance
welcome.
was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this up. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path.
So, in other words,
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to...
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts.
Bisa weekly boss baru tanpa quest Archon. Hah?
Prepared a stage
Gimana caranya?
and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately... Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch.
Yes, that is...
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived
Salah,
onto the stage.
cuy. Anjay, memberimu satu kesempatan terakhir.
It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Buku domain trans. Oh, feature yang baru itu ya? Baru nggak?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Wait, so in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use... Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in.
Jadi kuasa hukum Lini.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the
Okay.
case. This is the first time
Okay.
you served a Fatui Harbinger.
Dia yakin bahwa Furina bukan Arkon saudara dan bahkan ada kemungkinan dia terkena semacam kutukan. Oke. Gangguan laut primordial. Haus dalam mimpi. Rafia jatuh ke dalam air laut, minum teh bersama Oke.
The prosecution and the defense are both
Tugas
in
weekly
position.
abis story.
The
Iya,
trial
yuk,
shall
mau
now
bareng.
begin.
Oh, come on, Nervylette. There's no need to repeat all. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defense, of course, it is only natural for...
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Oh, kita ngomong guys.
I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait.
Oh.
What was that?
Oh.
Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for...
Interesting.
Lady Furina, do you plead? Lady
Anjay.
Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be—
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady
Memang
Furina
suka
can
seenaknya
be
kabur dari
super
tanggung jawab.
irresponsible, But what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. See? Even the Oratrice has decided. If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false...
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also...
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, and if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Apa yang spesial dari Furina? Apa cuy? Bener nggak ya?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low.
Yang penting
as to
adalah
use a
kebenarannya. Sebagai detektif
I
Conan loh.
once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervylette?
Kamu ini cuma manusia biasa yang kena kutukan.
Furina is actually a human?
Is that true?
It is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking.
Anjay. Oh, argumen kedua.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what For centuries, manifestations of my authority have
Sepatunya
served
bagus.
the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house.
Panjang bener
or
itu nama
consider
Oratrice.
the endemnitium that is used in...
Sidang. Jeng.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us?
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decision...
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your... While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue...
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should...
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor, instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did not know why the Oratries, but the Oratries handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to
Kalo
produce
bisa menunjukkan
proof that she
kekuatan
has no
Archon di sini
power
saat
over
ini
Oratries.
juga.
My power as an Archon.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared.
You don't need to go that far.
Yang gampang, yang pemegang vision juga bisa. Pusing
Aren't
lu.
you the Hydro Archon? Or is
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the... Thus did I give up all
Kayak
of
cocok
my
logi gitu
divine
deh.
power to provide everyone with energy.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power...
It seems like
Oh,
nobody's
that
buying
sentence, that
Furina's
sentence.
excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one, please.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents
Iya.
too? And all of our
Gak tahu
ancestors?
gimana cara dia punya vision ntar.
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's
Wow, she came up with...
Kalau dia cuma manusia, ini kah? Dia bisa dilarutkan.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think that...
Salah ya?
That doesn't... It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water.
Asli, gua kira yang larutnya yang bagian Navia, tapi ternyata yang Pashe.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson, including those. So, Miss, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people just... I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler...
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has got...
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human...
Furina?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed.
Karena dia...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the...
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
Asli, kinap.
It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Hey!
Tidak larut.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon!
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin...
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Lucu banget sih cuy. Diapain deh, cuma diliatin doang.
Please announce the results of your evaluation.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was
Anjay.
Thank you, Miss Sijuin. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's
Oh ya,
stand.
kalau kena expose doang mah nggak larut ya.
What did she just say? Well, considering your tendency to run from... However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not constant. We don't want anyone else...
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low concentrate. It's a great thing that the
I can't believe... Listen to me, everyone! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't? Also, if I was really just a human, why would... Please, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really
Sian dia sampai
am your
nangis.
Archon!
Bergetar, pupil bergetar.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Bebel sih habis Furinanya. Apa iki?
Anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
Apa yang terjadi?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine.
Anjay, dat sentence
As a
gara-gara
human
nipu.
who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty.
Oh, netes akhirnya. Air matanya.
We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique. According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's verdict?
No, the oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought...
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given...
Furina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the
Semua panik semua.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, is this sentence really...
Yeah! Even Vache wasn't sentenced to death by the oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Iya, di putusannya Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial, but now, the oratrice seems to have
Tapi
deliberately
Hydro Archon
invoked the
tetap
title of
di...
the Hydro.
Bingung banget. Kapan semua ini akan berakhir?
Excuse me.
Apalagi
if I
nih
may
anak.
interrupt. Is the trial...
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any...
Oh.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the Nick...
I looked everywhere and finally found it. But has the trial already concluded?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record.
Gimana caranya Fremine bawa batu segede gitu?
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
Para Oceanid berubah jadi
I
manusia.
believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the content. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently...
Okay, let's try to recall the
Sejak manusia biasa diangkat jadi Hydro Archon oleh Archon sebelumnya. Oceanid. Lu banyak banget mekanisme gini. Aku yang kurang pintar, sulit.
It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But this must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin.
Iya.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon
Semoga pilihannya nggak banyak, biar asal pencet gue cepet.
many people. That reminds me, well, the fourth slate is the prophecy of the Fontaine. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen if...
Apa ini ya? Oh. Oh ini.
We know from the end this.
Pinter gua ternyata.
Perhaps what is about to take place have the true sin of the Hydro and the original sin cast down on the people of Font. It's not as simple as falling into the... When Navia fell into the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing? The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. But not the fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded. If we hadn't dealt with it in time,
Tetap tidak
They'll
ngerti.
dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will... The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present.
Oh jadi semua orang Fontaine itu tuh Oceanid. Jadi kalau ke Primordial Sea, it's just basically mereka balik jadi Oceanid.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poseidon. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide
Iya.
was the surest sign
Jadi
that
sih
the
bukan
prophecy
larut,
was
lebih ke
about to pass no matter
kembali
what.
ke wujudnya.
The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we... Huh?
Let's hear them.
Bener guys.
Incredible. Linny, did you
Jadi
hear
mereka
that?
juga oseanit, Lini dan Lenat.
Not real
Minum
humans.
airnya kok jadi bukan jadi
Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with
jadi
Oceanids
air
as
bukan
their
jadi
basis.
oseanit.
The evidence for that can be found in how only
Kan
Fontanians
kayak
could dissolve in
rohnya
primordial
langsung
seawater.
terbang aja
And how
gitu.
all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned
Terus balik ke
into
primordial
Oceanids.
sea.
Oh, and
Paham
according
juga
to
sih gue.
Navia, when she was about to get dissolved,
Indeed.
yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
Tapi kan Hydro Archonnya udah mati yang dulu ya.
Archon's true sin was creating us.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the end? The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you... However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we own... Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative
Yang Nuvi lihat
recorded within.
terbang-terbang di trailer belum
If
ada ya.
everything goes well, we should finally be
Lumba-lumba
informed
juga
of the
belum nongol.
unadulterated truth. I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Mengerikan.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Terjawab, guys.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the
Itu
original
tabu
sin
sebenarnya.
of appropriating the
Tidak
power
boleh
of the
dilakukan, tapi
primordial
dilakukan
sea.
anyway.
That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first...
So you...
That's way too much information for me. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular fun.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact,
Iya, sebelumnya ngelanggar aturan. Bukan Furina, si Egeria.
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted, they have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro,
Ya,
as
tapi
well
pasti
as the
ada
nation
manusia
of
asli
trials
kan,
and
nggak
justice.
semuanya Oceanid
Instead of
dong.
being the literal element, the water in the scene You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, therefore, the mean that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon, at the court of justice. Yes, it...
I think I'm following now. In truth, everything we've done has happened
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what,
If that's the case, does that...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fact about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial sea... However, I believe that rather than being assured as for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe...
Udah pernah lihat? Aduh.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come.
It was both dream and...
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Final enemy, ikan paus. Loh. Tapi kenapa Furina? Nani TF? Keren banget anjay. Menyebalkan. Boleh sekeren itu Nuvilet. Kalah Nuvilet sama pausnya, enggak? Anjay. Mati kalian semua Oceanid. Oh. So imbalatos. Nani? Apa dah? Gak jelas. Anjir. Wiu. Epic sih. Pakai delusion. Lah, jatuh lagi ke bawah bego. Keren banget emang kayak Gundam. Ah, nyebur toh.
That was way too close. How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you...
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the risings, and once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
Nggak ketebak guys ceritanya. Aku tidak berhasil menebak.
Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids. She filled their
Asli,
blood vessels
iya
with
Furina
primordial
juga
sea
hilang.
water.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that harbinger for buying us some time.
Balikin ke bawah juga cuma
The whale
cabang.
would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting with creatures for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale. Anyway, now that we know that this whale...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial, even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed.
We've already done we've come so far. You can't just tell me that the
Indeed. That's
Iya,
not
gua rasa
how a grand
sekali
performance should end.
pausnya.
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Halo, Kak Kevin.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view
Iya,
such
lagi
things as
story.
the history
Kalau tidak
of the
mau dikena
future.
spoiler, tidak apa-apa. Melipir dulu. Highlightnya udah lewat tadi.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods.
Siapa yang ngomong
Could
ini?
things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not
Udah
fall?
pulang. Tapi susah banget diajak pulangnya Furina. Nakal dia, tidak mau pulang.
Ultimately, fate shall...
Dia ngomong siapa sih? Si N kah? Ada cara untuk menyelamatkan semua orang. Gue rasa emang si Paus itu ada hubungannya sama Tatang pasti. Soalnya kan Tatang pas di Abyss kan ketemu Paus bukan? Apa lagi ini?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furinanya mana death sentence? Oh tuh ada di situ, guys. Udah tadi nggak ngapa-ngapain. Biasanya.
No, I still need answers.
Oke, dadah kak. Who dat? Panjang banget. Duh. Guys. What the hell?
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too
Bukan.
amusing. I couldn't help
straight.
myself.
You are not Furina.
Anjir.
Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Nggak paham.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
Iya, gua rasa juga ini kesadaran aslinya deh.
Pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me
Di sini
by
papan
my
sekali,
dearest
Furin.
predecessor. That's the former Hydra
Kostumnya aneh, guys.
for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it? She
Keren
knew
ya?
full well that the
Gue rasa kayak
prophecy would
aneh-aneh,
surely
apa
come to
kurang
pass.
gitu.
And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather
tapi iya sih,
impossible
mirip-mirip
situation that I found
baju
myself
skirt.
in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized
Oh benar-benar kayak baju
there
Arwan
was
waktu
only
keluar.
one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume
Capek
that's why
banget.
Egeria
Tapi emang
chose
dia
me as her
narsisnya dari sono ya.
successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the
Beda banget
original
tapi
sin
vibe-nya.
of creating a new race of humans,
Kayak sebeda itu. Dia nongol dari mana sih? Oratrice tadi ya?
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human.
Makanya dia kena primordial water.
In my
Maksudnya ada
eyes,
efeknya pas kena
to be
primordial water.
human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you
Bagian ininya
now
ketebak
is
sih.
that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Agak mirip Raiden ya.
Still remember the final scene of the prophecy.
Memisahkan kesadaran dan tubuh. Meskipun kalau Raiden ya not exactly badan sih, itu lebih kayak robot.
That the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Bedanya ini satu badan.
She was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind... I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
Tapi kan Furina is vokalis.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500
Gimana ya Lan, udah pengen pull Furina
and
belum?
all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely.
Tapi buat apa sih dia nipu Heavenly Principle? Tetap bingung. Oh. Jalan kaki gitu. Gelap amat ya? Lady Fury?
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I I understand your admiration for my august. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand
Jangan
you.
lihat aku, jangan lihat
There is
aku.
no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Bosalor. The eyes of countless
Ini
Fontanians
suara
are
hati.
upon me. I must at all times display the utmost.
Take it easy.
Dear audience, the performance is
Capek
experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it
Bisa dimatiin
soon
dulu. Satu-satu.
Time to go. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Go!
Oh, cuma 2 musuh. Tiket. Anjay. Lama banget jalannya.
Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
21 kan 3.
Mirror you, huh?
Tapi Furina manusianya dia nggak tahu kalau
Let's go with that.
Mirror.
sadarannya terpisah gitu.
What do you
Bingung
wish
banget.
to say?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? The people will all be dissolved into the waters.
Oh.
What's going on?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still as for the suffering. But if the prophecy will come true, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side.
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also
Vokalnya
be
lebih
the
tinggi ya dari
justice that
Furina.
belongs to you.
Tingginya kok beda.
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Oh, ini zaman dulu.
Play as
Pas awal.
a god.
That's right. You must begin if you can keep it up. Then I shall have my way of
But how will I do this?
Oh, pas dia ketahuan makanya dia merasa
God without being
it's over.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what. Remember, your true
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh?
Okay. masih tidak suka ya. Padahal dia tahu tuh bukan tanggung jawab dia nggak sih?
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, in truth, I know little about becoming a nation. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or I thought I might stammer, but thankfully...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone Right. Mirmi said that I just need to calm down, Furina. Think. Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can just... Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule.
Ternyata seperti itu guys. Kenapa dia
wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the... Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self. Here in this opera house,
Nahida juga kayak dia sendirian.
Consider my previous act a door gift of sorts.
Terkurung sendirian.
I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be...
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we...
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my dear people. Whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, the scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese,
So long as I stand before the oratories, I shall even judge.
Guys, gue WC dulu ya. Udah panjang kali. Bisa lari sekarang.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the besides? None of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say.
No need to thank me. Oh, I'm afraid. All right. Deoteria, is it?
He's doing much better now.
Oh, good.
You're such a gem.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of,
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect all manner of signs indicate that the prophet...
well, as I
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid...
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of...
Emang acting doang ya? Wah, tempat bobo, guys.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a
Jadi dia menjalani hari-hari dengan lelah.
time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer
Rip, halo.
traces of suspicion. Maybe this is fine.
Selamat siang.
Going.
Aku lagi story quest, jadi kalau tidak mau ke spoiler, mohon maaf.
Alright, Furina,
Soalnya udah mau kelar.
don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a
Jangan kali nih, Novilatnya belum terbang.
I've seen...
Lady Furina, I've...
Indeed, my dear.
Jadi hari-hari kayak gini cuma dia terpaksa gitu ya.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep mom. I
I let anything slip today.
Kasian.
Show the people that
Ya kasian ya, Lan.
I just don't know when these days will end.
Iya. 500 tahun loh dia kayak gini.
Best to rest
Karena dia manusia kan, technically. Jadi apa ya? Mentalnya nggak kuat juga. Punya teman. Cuma punya Nufilet. 182375 anjay.
Lady Furina, it's... I've heard that the first...
Udah hafal di luar kepala. Selamat makan Kak Rip.
It gives me great joy to meet such a faithful believer.
What? Are you crying?
Oh, nangis cuy. Capek. Capek sampai nangis sendiri.
This must be the overflow of hydro from my
Overflow
person.
elemen hydro.
Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder.
Kayak mungkin masih topeng sih menurut gua.
Your power then.
Udah mati rasa lama-lama lagi. Kayak menjalani hari-hari tuh ya. Udah gua tahan supaya besok gitu. Oh, yang di
So lonely. Just how much longer?
Ini yang ada di Fountain of Lucin, guys.
Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds.
Ini udah lelah mental.
I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No.
Cian.
Perhaps I reached it long ago. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But with that, I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act.
82376 tuh berarti udah 500 tahun ya? Hilaf Gacha Furina kemarin.
Don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people.
Share. That's impossible. It was fated.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, just share it with
a witness. And if Tevat is in it... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected... No, Furina. You shouldn't...
Dia nggak mau cerita karena dia takut rencananya gagal.
Furina, you've worked so... Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? If you let this opportunity think about it long and hard.
Semangat Kak. Furina gua C1 aja heart pity semua, hampir. Sebel banget.
No, I have nothing to say. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance.
Fine.
Sedih lagi. Sebel banget PT25.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let...
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heaven, she did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, it seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth. How would you build on this foundation to save—
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine. Yet
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes. Alas, your understanding— In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Dia semua.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent,
menghancurkan Hydro Archon. Jadi Hydro Archon nggak ada lagi.
What's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Notisnya dibalikin, beneran.
This was all.
Wanna come over for tea?
Quest gue ulang kah? Ash, panjang banget. Anjir. Oh, kalau ulang kayak gue off screen deh. Kalau ulang gue off screen terus kalian kena cliffhanger. Apaan nih?
So even Furina doesn't know the truth. You've never
Ternyata
once
tidak jauh,
let her
guys.
It
My
had
goodness.
to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive
Gue kira
yourself.
ada, cuma tadi nggak ada ya.
She did
Untung nggak
very
ada.
well. If she had let her
Iya
resolve
kak, internetku
falter even
jelek,
once in
jadi
these 5
loading.
centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was...
Oke, kita cepetin. Perlunya udah lewat.
good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine...
Pas ngomongnya Vocalor.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes. Alas, in truth, it is... Oh, you... my work. But really, the vast majority had to be...
It was all...
Indeed. This power accrued over 5 centuries, but...
So the oratrice, the destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your
Menurutku
intent,
Furina worthless gak?
you must be.
Belum tahu kak, belum bisa naikin soalnya. Kayak mesti, kalau mau tahu Furina gimana, mesti level 90. Talentnya mesti level 10 dulu sih menurutku. At least 9 lah. Kalau nggak berasa sih. Jujur gue nggak berasa. Terus gue pakai bareng Hutau, hydro application-nya tuh kurang. Malah dia nge-vaporize. Gambling. Tapi yang jelas kalau sama karakter Fontaine yang HP-nya naik turun sendiri oke lah. Bermuram durja.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
Agak ketebak sih ceritanya. Gue sempat nebak alur cerita ini. Ya, dia mengorbankan diri, terus balikin nosisnya ke Nuviet. Nuviet jangan nangis.
Dragon, Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea. And the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragon. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this, in other words,
dia nggak mati guys, karena kita bisa mainin Furina.
Justice. And to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too. Udex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as...
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve, at last, I now understand. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living you are a devious one, Fossalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Oh,
the
kok
hour of my execution
matinya sadis. Dihujam pakai pedang dari atas.
Curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with
Caranya agak salah dan tapi itu semua rencana dia sih. Ya udahlah.
Perhaps
Yung
this
juga.
is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
Sempet-sempetnya dipakai kutek.
Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've
Bijak
enjoyed
banget.
the part you played these 500 years.
Nuviet. Tidak. Lucu. Kenapa dia tiba-tiba jadi Nilu? Dia tiba-tiba jadi Nilu guys. Suka deh. Off screen, off screen. Kak lu, Furina mas full kah kak? At this point aku bilang enggak sih, enggak harus. Tapi kalau mau ngumpulin Arkon ya full aja. Soalnya Dibilang fun ya, kitnya nggak se-fun itu. Dibilang berguna untuk semua ya, belum tahu juga, belum bisa naikin. Panik. Violet sedih guys. Anjay. ANJI.
I, Eudex Nouvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Nangis guys, Nouvelet. Menurut gue paling bener full Nouvelet sih. Salah full. Yang gua full bukan Arkon. Yang gua full bukan Arkon. Aku pakai wifi. Aku nggak pakai LAN.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
Maunya kumpulin Fatui bukan Arkon ya. Nggak usah full Furina lah, nggak apa-apa.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment.
Finally kita ketemu pausnya.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Jadi sovereign.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help meet the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy.
Narwhal.
Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour.
Oke, kita selamatkan Child. Furina kan Oceanid. Tadinya iya. Dia bilang dia Oceanid. Cuma dia dijadiin Arkon sama Egeria. Terus gitu deh. Tapi kan semua dosanya udah di I don't know, Paimon. Jangan bawel, mending bantuin. Oh ya, gak ada damage. Tolong. Gimana? Aku tidak ada damage-nya. Halo. Duh, nge-lag lagi. Duh, telat mulu gue nge-skill. Ini gimana? Astagfirullah. Kayak setek Wenut deh. Sumpah, kayak lawan Wenut. Nggak ada. Oh, bukan AR ya? Bodoh deh. Tolong. Nggak ada efeknya. Jalan. Sedot. Ini ngapain? Ngerti lagi. Terus picu keganasan dan rasa permusuhannya, maka kesempatan akan muncul. Oh, ini harus penuh berarti. Sumpah, telat mulu gue. Kenapa sih? Berarti itunya harus penuh, guys.
Solidify.
Mau dimakan. Ah. Naon anjir. Harusnya bawa al hitam aja deh, pusing. Sekarang nih gak lawan The Valin. Oh. Oh, epic. Okay.
The show begins. Let the world come on.
I have granted you my
Balik lagi. Sumpah, pakai hyper bloom aja. Pusing banget. Oh, kita nggak lawan sampai mati, guys. Baju Nuvilat ganti nggak sih? Kayak lebih banyak emasnya. Oh. Who that? Skirk. Apa lagi nih? Lah, dibuang calonnya. Calonnya dibuang. Apa yang baru saja terjadi?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to...
That power. Who are you
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the...
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other
Berarti Child lemah, guys, sampai dia nggak mau ngomong sama
managed to
Child.
defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it.
Child
It's
dikira
not
sampah
cooperative.
asli.
It eats too much, and I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only fit is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
The point being...
Well, being that this pet, so what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then?
Masih
Have
muter.
you heard of the name The Fowl?
Udah nggak muter kan? Oh, alhamdulillah.
The fowl?
The fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Tunggu. Gurunya dia, Randoter. Bingung.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest,
Oh,
I also
bukan.
heard all of those names and titles from my master.
Apa sih lagi ngomongin apa sih?
But I suppose you understand now, yes?
Oh,
My master is likely a similar sort to
berarti
Rhine-daughter.
Surtalogi
They're both
tadi ya.
pursuing some form of perfection.
Extend Circle juga kah?
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Oh, si Pramal.
Actually, never mind that. I believe that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
Fontaine di atas sana.
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Oh shit.
What?
Tapi kan nggak akan larut kan? Karena udah diampuni Nuvilat. Berapa Mbps ya? Nggak tahu. Gua tim yang make aja, nggak mikir. Cuma Cuma emang My Republic belakangan tuh jelek banget.
Not to worry. Focalor has already...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Tenggelam di Fontaine. Tapi pada bisa berenang semua karena udah diampunin. Gue gak paham kenapa Nuvilet bisa mutihin dosa ya? Karena dia sovereign. Buat juga nih Navi yang narik laki-laki.
All hands initiate emergency rescue. Hurry! Hey, lend a hand.
Fontaine aja. Kan Fontaine di bagian atas. Jadi harusnya sih Mondstadt di gitu-gitu nggak kena. Fontaine kan kayak ada di atas tebing gitu kan. Banyak kan airnya beda.
Look, the water's receding.
Udah surut.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Agak kurang paham. Aku lupa guys. Pakai berapa Mbps? Oh, Furinanya datang. Dapat vision deh. Dapat vision ya.
What's wrong?
Hidup lah, nggak mungkin mati. Akhirnya kita sampai kepada penghujung acara. Setelah 3 jam. Gila. Iya, Furina yang itu doang yang mati. Kayak sebenarnya satu badan tapi kayak 2 entitas terpisah gitu sih. Jadi agak membingungkan sebenarnya.
Attacks post-disaster rebuilding. Old soil can still give skyship winglet, lunar bane, the various disputes that have arisen. People always call
Tapi berarti yang udah larut jadi oceanit ya nggak bisa balik ya?
And should that latter person achieve... Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and...
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The value for these big... Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a...
Paimon's curious too!
And that's exactly...
Are you sure?
Oh, this time we'll be...
Sejauh ini yang paling jauh. Salah lagi. Final act. Berarti the real hero itu Nu. Makanya gue bilang tadi paling bener Gacha Nuvilet, bukan Furina. Dia adalah Arkon sesungguhnya. Karena Furina belum dapat vision. Ini ngobrol sama Fatoy.
Oh, it's you?
Hey,
I'm here to update my... let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us... Our residents are...
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours.
Tapi apa berarti kali ini kita nggak bisa nanya-nanya ke Arkon tentang tujuan kita selanjutnya? Arkonnya bego.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report?
Batunya nggak pakai
It's
topeng.
not charity we're doing here.
I get where you're coming from.
That would be fun.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the...
Huh?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before
Jadi
the duel.
26.000 apakah sia-sia? Enggak.
There's lots of
Gue
exciting
tidak pernah
material there, I
menyesali
bet.
perbuatan. Gak tahu.
Forget it.
I see you're the same as...
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy.
Enggak lah, harusnya sih oke, cuma butuh dinaikin aja. Dan tidak mudah.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Piper?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the awesome, not to brag.
Wow.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at...
Whoa, you're...
That's a...
In truth, I told him that it was best not to speak.
You're right.
Stay safe now. And...
Kancingnya meresahkan. Capek banget. Bukan bisa di skip ya? Bukan. Katanya si spiral abis berikutnya yang besok riset banyak pyro. Banyak pyro, guys. Mana sih?
You can come out now. We found your hat.
You did?
Wait.
I mean...
Duh guys, kenapa ini ketunda story-nya Rayo lagi?
Wait,
Well, we got you a new one. We tried. Does it have some kind?
sorry,
If you're looking for a hat, I just picked one up.
Your Grace!
Oh, hey, Nicely.
Bukan bisa dipilih ya? Mau ngelanjutin yang itu dulu gitu.
Is that so?
Bener nggak bisa sih?
Maybe as I recall, you might not have this.
Understood. Then I'll be off.
What a strange guy. Oh, and has he?
Oh, not at all. As for him,
Huh?
Prisoners are still the idea. What kind of a person?
Kuat lah Raisli ngomongnya.
Although the Beret Society does appear to be an exception, and it's instead trying to experiment with some novel and interesting things. If you have some time, and if you're still
Nggak ada
interested
Sing
in the Berets,
nggak ada Yelan, nggak ada New Village sih.
all right
Dia
then.
nggak bisa lewat deh. Duh. Anjir lah. Mana sih?
Welcome, Your Grace.
Barbara.
And the traveler. Would you like 3 orders
Bego,
of today's
Barbara.
welfare meal? Unfortunately, we weren't in.
I'll pass on the food then.
Wah ini jangan bilang gue nggak bisa quest lanjutin ini lagi.
If you're not in the mood.
Yes, please.
It's 2 bottles coming.
Our first meeting took place on. I'm actually quite fond.
That'd be quite the long.
I see. Seeing everything for you.
That guy.
Well, after all, is it so strange that I would want to give a few words of praise out of genuine admiration? So this is a matter of trust. Which is unfortunate, since I don't have nearly as interesting of a... I was convict power and... So,
Barbara
what do
OP
you
kalau
think?
dibuild DPS iya sih, cuma investasinya capek.
Very much like to make a
Your Grace, after they were extreme.
Got it.
Yes, Your Grace.
Sorry, I'd almost completely forgotten about this.
She mentioned some.
Not necessarily. The term is just applied to things people want to bring in on the sly. Many people here are experts at pulling rabbits out of the Now, what do we have here? It's more...
Whoa. Wait. If you've confiscated this.
Yep.
What? But that's just insane profit. Traveler, why don't you become a duke? Paimon will be your vault.
Jokes aside, I didn't know you'd be so...
Really? You'll let Paimon pick any? No takebacks. Paimon will have you know that she's got a real good eye for treasure.
Iya ya minum.
I never joke about things like this.
Gue sejarang itu minum kah?
Paimon's gonna have a look. Paimon wants. Actually, never mind. Paimon doesn't want this. There's something weird. Paimon couldn't even tune them out. It's just.
Is that so? Let me give it a try. Paimon's right. I too experienced some unpleasant flashbacks. Are you sure? I wouldn't exactly call it fun. Fair enough.
Sampai kapan aku stuck sama Raisli ini? Tidak. Oh my god.
Are you okay, traveler? You.
I'll take this gem then.
Actually.
You do have... Seems like we're almost done with our drinks too. Let's go check. I can introduce you.
Wait.
Just noticed?
Nggak bisa. Nggak bisa di-abandon ya? Gimana caranya biar gua nggak usah quest? Wah, penderita banget gue harus bener-bener.
We are honored by your visit, all these your...
Members can find all sorts of drinks and snacks here, as well as a large variety. Every once in a while, the society will also host.
You flatter me. It's so easy to feel low, but that's with us.
Oh, so
My part in this was minimal. I'm sure you have a very good sense of what this place is about by now. As you know, but the societies...
Exactly right. Here, our operations are entirely funded.
who knew you could find such a place? Oh, right.
There's nothing deeper. If our members felt joy, and when we're together, we would feel a sense of community, optimism.
In other words?
Once again, you are
Di
exactly right.
story-nya Risley ada itu nggak sih?
That's a part of our goal as well. Let's take a
Quest yang di
little
luar
seat over.
Meropite.
I'll ask the members to get us some drinks. Please wait here just one moment. Feel free to look around too.
Oh, right.
Kidding, of course. We're just discussing. We've also already gone over...
Why does Paimon feel like he didn't answer
Nggak
the
ada.
question at all? Yeah, there's
Ama.
supposed to be like...
Bisa belum? Aku hanya ingin melihat endingnya.
Newbie.
Ya, aku tidak bisa.
Yep, I'm talking to you. With one shot, why don't you also get...
Gua mau menyerah aja ah.
Just remember to...
Welcome to our gathering place.
Oh, it's okay. We're just taking a look around.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Besides this space, these rooms are open to all of our members. We want everyone...
Wow,
Unfortunately, we started a collaboration with the cafeteria.
Yeah, Paimon can definitely...
Yep, and that's exactly why we all think we...
Oh, hello. You are guests of the Duke. We've got some classics. Most of them are writing diaries. Some quit drinking. Not
Terus
only
nggak ada yang
that,
nggak
but we've also now got the
melibatkan
men
Risley.
with
Ya,
now the
gua
Duke
kayaknya
has
mau
introduced.
off
They
screen
have
aja ah.
organized our lives down. You never know what can end while you're here. No matter what.
Kali. Harus quest Risley dulu.
That's exactly. And that's.
Don't worry. Alright, we've talked to everybody. That would explain... Huh. It looks like they're starting to wrap up their...
Of course, you...
Okay, then I don't have anything else to add. Oh, you're back. What did you think about this place? Now, no...
Wait, it's all right.
Paimon thinks it's something anyone expected you to get us...
so it's...
The prisoners here, our needs are like violent beat, but if we can play, which is why in...
You've hit the nail, and I'm sure that a part of your support is rooted in your desire to help those people find...
And Paimon thought...
Of course, that lifestyle is...
Speaking of find...
What?
Oh, I almost never need them.
Gak tahu dia ngomong apa.
Hey, isn't that the guy who lost his hat? What's wrong? Did you forget about us already?
Are you feeling all right?
No, I'm fine. I'm sorry.
He's still as weird as...
Dujier, do you know what's up with him?
After all,
we'll leave him
Kapan
to you.
kelarnya? Panjang amat.
Oh, right. And when emotions run, sometimes you might need more than just gloves as well. This pair of handcuffs is also coming.
Oh, isn't that awful gem? You're still carrying it with you?
Yeah, I kept it on me because of its...
Go on, you guys. Pick up the item for him.
Yes, right away.
Moral of the story.
Quite the dazzling light. I hope it hasn't been damaged. Your grace.
Iya, dari azan ke azan.
Still looks good.
Gara-gara lama banget story-nya terus dia pakai stuck lagi.
Ever seen a gem like...
Never, your grace.
I guess that's fair. We've already gone over most of the things.
Got it, your grace. Take care, everyone. I'll take you to the exit.
Udah ya? Udah dong.
Traveler, Paimon, it was an honor. I'm sure
Paimon Paimon doesn't think we made any plans.
Well,
Paimon does. There's only one potential.
but at this point, I wanted to see I arranged for a meeting out of curiosity. But then I noticed some faint
Dissonance?
I'm sure the traveler has sensed it too. As expected, the whole truth is a bit complicated. I'd hoped to take... Why don't you take with my hypothesis and with his watchful eye? I'm just following. It's been so long since I got to watch it. I'll explain everything, find out...
Kalau habis ini belum bisa, aku menyerah. Aku menyerah. Bisa gini ya? Untuk memastikan pengalaman terbaik disarankan menyelesai. Ya gua udah habis lagi kesempatannya. Oh well. Iya kayaknya nggak bisa co-op. Udah guys, capek. Capek. Udahan dulu. Meskipun tidak sampai akhir, dimana gue sebel juga karena tidak sampai akhir ya. Tapi terima kasih banyak sudah menemani. Selamat menjalankan Archon quest-nya yang kalian udah tahu ceritanya. Asli udah capek mental nih. Ya maaf ya, tapi agak gantung karena gua stuck Risley. Moral of the story, selesaikan quest Risley sebelum mulai Archon quest. Oke, link. Itu dulu, thank you Kak Yelan, Kak Tomo, Kak Take. Thank you yang lain kalau ada yang sudah nemenin. Semoga gue dapet C2 cepet ya, gak hard PT lagi. Bye bye.